amigos, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidos nuevamente al canal de Carloncho. El día de hoy en un nuevo streaming saliendo acá desde San Francisco en la etapa número 32 de este World Tour que estamos haciendo con los amigos de FlySim Chile en un vuelo hacia la Ciudad de México. Tiempo estimado al día de hoy de 3 horas con 31 y estaremos volando aproximadamente a 35.000 pies de altura. Dije 35.000 pies de altura, no, 35.000 pies o... Bueno, 35.000 pies y después 37.000 pies. Deme un segundito. Así que eso, los invito a acompañarnos en este streaming. Ya estamos en el aeropuerto de San Francisco, en la área carguera. Este es un espacio bien reducido que hay acá, así que vamos a tratar de salir por aquí hacia allá. Y eso, más probable es que pista 28 derecha sea para nuestra salida. Y por el momento no hay ATC lamentablemente, así que vamos a salir así solitos nomás. Así que espero que disfruten del vuelo con nosotros el día de hoy. Guys, how are you? Welcome back to my streaming channel with the friends of FlySim Chile. We are gonna be departing from now in another 25 minutes, I think, from from San Francisco all the way to Mexico City. Flight time is gonna be 3 hours and 31 minutes. Initially, we're gonna be cruising at 35,000 feet, and then in some moment in the position Asuta, we're gonna be climbing to 37,000 feet. Weather conditions for the meantime are very good. Actually, we're going to expect runway 28 right for our departure. We are in the northwest area of the airport in the cargo ramp. And yeah, that's it. We don't expect any bad weather during the route, anything. So join us guys. We are going to start with the usual stuff. We're going to go with the overhead. So we have already, our external power is already connected. Standby is on. We're going to go with the IRS. Left, center, and right to center. Emergency lights are on. Navigation light is on. We're going to check the status. So there's nothing there. And the hydraulic quantity is perfect as well. Oxygen for the crew as well is good. Engine, we checked the engine oil, which is 20, 21, 20, 21. That's perfect. We move along a little bit here. Parking brake is set, and that's it. We're gonna start with the weather, so we can start to prepare everything for our departure. 32 legs already, man. Incredible.
Mike 2200.
Okay, so.
Oscar, airport information, Kilo 1556, Zulu, weather, wind 317 at 3, visibility 10, sky condition, few clouds at 20,000, temperature 17.6, altimeter 3020, advise on initial contact, weather information, Kilo.
Okay, so we have wind is practically calm. It's 310 with 3. We have 10 kilometers of visibility. We have few clouds at 2,000 feet, 17 degrees, and the QNH is going to be 3020. So we're going to set that one right away. So 3020, 3020, 3020. Okay, we're going to start the preparation, right? We go to FMS 747-8 Foxtrot GNX. This is the engines. This is the nav data, which is until the 21 of May. We're 6th of May, so it's still okay. Dragon fuel flow is perfect. So we are gonna set everything here for San Francisco GPS. We take this one, we put it there. We go from San Francisco all the way to Mexico City, which is this one. We are gonna be the cargo log 705 and with route 747 this one. So we need to connect the data link, right? So we go here to the mid one, FMC that we have here in the middle. We go to data link pre-flight, and basically we fill all these empty boxes. So we say San Francisco to Mexico City. Estimate time of departure 1630. Estimate time on route is going to be 3 hours and 31 minutes. 3 hours and 31 minutes. And code of the airline is Charlie Victor. So we have that. We connect. We have data link sync. So the only thing that we need to do now is to have the data link ready to connect in order to get the flight plan from the company servers. Okay, the company I have tell you this many times. It actually connects through the VHF center into this frequency, which is data. Okay. So right now, the airplane is communicating with the company through the data link system in order to get the route. So now we have everything done, so we can request. You have to request sending and just wait for that route to come into the servers. From the servers into the airplane. Okay, so now we have the route 1 uplink ready, so we cleared this message. So we load the flight plan. So if you can see here in the next page, you will see how everything starts to populate. And finally, we get some information about our route, basically, right? So we're just gonna check our route, so everything looks perfect. So we have Evaye, which is right over there, direct to Ave, direct to Papa Delta Zulu, which is there. Then Jet 93 to Papa Papa Esco, which is Peñasco. Then Upper Tango 10 to Zulu Charlie Lima, which is there. Then Uniform Juliet 5 to position TCAF. Okay, so our departure, we are gonna expect runway 28 right from here, from San Francisco, and we're gonna use the Westla for departure. So we're gonna check Westla, which is this one, and we're gonna transition in Evaye. So we find Evaye, so that's perfect. We go to route, and you have right over there this ID and everything. Daniel, ¿cómo estáis? Saludos, Carlos. Estoy encendiendo el PC para salir con ustedes. Yo los pillo hacia México. Perfecto, Daniel. Buenísimo. Bienvenido, amigo. Bienvenido. Me gusta cuando la gente se motiva con los vuelos de FlySim Chile. Esa es la idea. Okay, guys. So now we have TCAF for the arrival. So over there, what we're going to do, we're going to do the ILS 05 right transition from San Mateo. And this is going to be the TCAF 1 Alpha arrival. So ticket 1 Alpha, which is there, we go to route. We check that there's no discontinuities, everything is perfect. So we're gonna activate that route, we're gonna execute it, we're gonna go to progress page. So we're gonna check the track miles in order to see if we have any something different. Here we have 1679 miles, and here we have 1681. So basically the track miles are perfectly good, right? We go to NAVRAD page and we check that these ones are required for the departure. That's why they have the R over here. Otherwise they will have an A, which just means it's automatic. And if you have an M, means that it's manually tuned by somebody from the crew, right? We go to the inner ref. I'm gonna reject this, and we're gonna set the reserve fuel, which is basically the fuel to go from the alternative, which is today Acapulco, and the final reserve, which is 30 minutes. So we have 5.6 plus 4.6. That will give us 9 is 10, 10.2. Let's gonna make it 10.3 on the reserve. For the cruise altitude, we're gonna set initially for level 350. Cockiness is 40, as you can see right over here, and the step size is 2,000 feet. We go to the next page and we check that the temperature is basically, this one is the same as this one. We have 17 degrees, which is perfect. And then we are finished more or less. Now I'm just gonna load the winds. The information is right over here. So when you have the data link connected and you receive the route, you start to get the winds as well and everything. So now we have the winds. I'm gonna clear that message. Okay, I have the same wind for all the waypoints. It's usually the same thing. So what I do, I just ask for the winds 2 times again. So now I request winds. This one I'm just gonna purge that. So I'm gonna receive a new wind now. Meanwhile, I will set the fuel for today's flight, guys. The fuel is San Francisco. In the block time is gonna be 46048. It's already set. And the payload, let's see the zero fuel weight for us. Zero fuel weight is 290.2. 290.2. So that gives us a gross weight of 336.2. And here we have a takeoff weight of 335.3. So basically we have 900 kilos of difference, which is basically the difference that we have because of the taxi fuel here, which is 900 kilos from San Francisco, which is perfect, right? So now we have the winds again. So now we're gonna load that information again because we received the same wind for every single waypoint. So now we have wind for different waypoints. You can see here. You see like how it's changing. Every single waypoint has different winds. I don't know why it do that on PMDG, but anyway, we're gonna go here to the sun forecast and we're gonna load that wind again. So now we have the information of the wind. So now everything looks more perfect, right? Now that the zero freeway has been loaded, I'm just gonna put the zero freeway here, which is 290 decimal 2. 290 decimal 2, 290 decimal 2. That's perfect. Okay. So now everything is done in the FMS more or less, right? We just need to do the takeoff performance, right? We need to calculate those speeds. So we're gonna go into the overhead panel. And we're gonna start from left to right, from up to bottom, right? So well, this is normal positions within the iris. They're gonna be in normal. Standby power is in auto. Utilities of course are on. Batteries on. APU is not on yet. External powers is only this one. Hydraulic panel. Just the demand pumps are off, and you have the press lights, of course, and the primary ones, which are the engine pumps. Of course, they are connected, but they have press light, which means that basically the engines are not running, right? Emergency light is on. This is normal. This is off. This is off. These engine fire switches, they are in inside. APU fire switch, the same thing. Cargo, the pressure system is okay. Engine start switches are all inside. The jettison system is off. Fuel pumps are all off. Engine anti-ice and wind anti-ice is in auto. Wipers are off. Window heat is on. Lights are off. Fuel pumps in auto. This one is not in use. On normal. This one is in normal position. These ones are connected. These ones are in automatic, and auto selection is in normal. Fans, of course, we're not gonna use this one. These switches are 12 o'clock, so that means 24 degrees, and this one's the lower part is 70 degrees, pointing at 12 o'clock position. We're gonna go with the packs 1, 2, and 3 on, but it doesn't really matter because the APU is off, so they're not gonna be connected until we have enough APU bleed to sustain the operation of these packs. Navigation light is on. We're gonna go with the flight directors to on, BOR left and right on. We're gonna initiate the electronic flyback. All these switches are 12 o'clock position. I forgot to check the oxygen actually. Now there we go. We have Toga, flight director, no VSP, and KSFO, which is the things that we need to have, and the altitude is sea level, which is okay for San Francisco. Voy en el 747 Charlie Kilo Sierra 425, famoso Connie. Buenísimo. El Connie de Calita, ¿no es cierto? So we have TCAS VOR left, VOR right. We have GPS, RNP1, actual navigation performance 0.06. We're gonna set this one in a minute. This is in auto off, left, I'm sorry, normal, landing gear down, off, all the switches are off. Auto brakes RTO, we check the status, nothing is there. We check the engines for any exceedance, nothing is there. We go to the checklist and we reset the checklist back to the beginning. So now we have everything reset. This one is down, idle, reverse, stow, flaps up, fuel control switches cut off, stabilizer trim are in normal, parking brake is set, frequency we're gonna set 122.8, which is already there. Data, we have the seatbelts on, weather plus turbulence, and the left system that
Sunday traffic, Commander 96.
Rudder is 0. Frequency here, we're gonna set the emergency frequency 121.5, and we're gonna hear that frequency during the whole flight. And right now we're gonna set the mic so we can connect with the engineer. This is the observation audio for the first officer. We're gonna set this one in above, standby, left system, and the printer. So now what we're going to do is we are going to set and we're gonna check actually our takeoff performance, right? So let's go here, guys. Just gonna move this one a little bit to the right side so you can actually see what I'm doing, and I'm gonna open this this one as well. Okay. This is basically my low sheet, right? So we go to performance, and we're gonna depart from San Francisco runway 28 right without any intersection. Condition right now is wind is dry. The wind, I'm just gonna put wind calm, we have 70 degrees of temperature. The QNH is 3020, which is already there. Thrust rating, I'm gonna go with, I'm gonna try to make a reduction of 20%. Let's see how it goes. And with a maximum assumed temperature method. So basically we're gonna try to reduce the power over there a little bit. We're gonna try to reduce the power in 20%, and plus we're gonna try to reduce even more, trying to assume a temperature higher than the outside temperature. That's what we usually do. Flaps, we're gonna go these ones in optimum, which is the normal condition all the time. Air conditioning, when you go to on, engine anti-ice we go to off. We have 70 degrees, so engine anti-ice is not gonna be needed. And the CG is 22.1, so we're gonna say 22.1. And we're gonna calculate those numbers. Xflux, estoy ready, buenísimo, ¿también va a hablar con nosotros? Dice, no takeoff allowed. Planet weight exceeds the maximum allowed weight of 302,831 kilos, okay? Right now, we are weighing more than that, so actually with this reduction of 20%, we are not be able to basically to lift this amount of weight. So let's see with takeoff 1, okay? With takeoff 1, actually, we can actually climb and we can actually lift from San Francisco with these weather conditions, with all these variables that we have here, to make our takeoff safely from San Francisco, right? Even to have an engine failure as well, okay? This basically takes into account the whole profile during your climb. So whatever you have here means that even if you have an engine failure, even if the takeoff looks super scary, guys, you are gonna be able to comply with the minimum required gradient, okay? So let's check all these numbers in detail, okay? So we have 747-8, GNX 2 Bravo 67. We have flaps 20. So let's go here to performance, okay? So we're gonna take off with takeoff 1. Selected temperature is gonna be 35. So we set 35 here. Flaps is gonna be 20. So we're gonna go with 20. CG is 22%. So we go with 22%. So now there's something actually I forgot to do. We have takeoff 1 with 35, and we have power of 92.3, but here we have 92.3, 95, I'm sorry, 92.9, so it's more power, so it's okay. Okay, this is done, so we go with V1 is 138, BR is going to be 144, and B2 is going to be 158. Okay, so now that we have the V2, what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to set it here in my MCP speed window 158. Okay, I'm just gonna close some doors for the meantime. Close all. Okay, so perfect. So now we go to thrust limit. We have takeoff 1, 35 on the selected temperature. We have 92.9, so we have 92.3. Climb 2. We go to the next page here. We have the engine out acceleration is going to be 1,500 feet. So we go here to engine out acceleration 1,500. And here we're going to do something like a noise abatement procedure, right? So we're going to make the reduction at 1,500 feet. And we're going to start to climb at 3,000 feet, okay? And then we go to index and we go to approach. And we check that this speed, flap 30 speed, in case we need to come back, which is going to be 159, is basically the same that we have here in the electronic flyback. This is called the electronic flyback. All this is electronic flyback, okay? So basically why we do that? Because we need to make sure that basically the information that we have in the FMS, which has been calculated by the FMC, right? It has the same information which a different computer, which is the electronic flyback. So both computers are computing exactly the same numbers, right? So now that we have cross-checked every single parameter in our flight plan, it's time for us to move to make the briefing. Estoy ready. Fran, espérame, tranqui, voy a esperar que salgan de acá. Buenísimo, chiquillos, coordínense ahí para salir. Yo a las 30 me empiezo a mover, son las 16:23, así que en básicamente 7 minutos más nos empezamos a mover. Practically in another 7 minutes we're going to start to move from here, from San Francisco. So let's do the briefing, guys, right? So, well, San Francisco, we are in stand 50-7 here in the cargo northwest area. So pushback definitely is going to be facing to the south. As for our taxi route, we're going to take all this route, which is basically Zulu taxiway. Is very narrow, so we have to go like very, very slowly in order to get away from this. Like it looks like more like an alley, right? So we're gonna go here in Zulu all the way here, and eventually we're gonna turn left in uniform, and we're gonna turn right on. I'm sorry, left on Charlie. And on Charlie, we're gonna go in a straight line, guys. Here on Charlie, we're gonna cross runway 19 right and 19 left on Charlie, all the way to the holding point of runway 28 right. Okay, so basically it's like pretty much straightforward. But I would say that the most complicated part is in this area, because basically the place for us to move is going to be so narrow, especially considering that we're flying one of the biggest airplanes around, right? So that's it. As for the emergency takeoff emergency briefing, before 80 knots, we will stop for any relevant reason. Between 80 knots and approaching V1, we're going to stop for only 4 reasons, which is engine failure, fire, predicting wind shear, aircraft unsafe, or unable to fly. In that condition, I will say stop. My action is going to close the thrust lever, disconnect the autothrottle, maximal full reverse, verify the speed brake operation, maximal manual braking or RTO operation. I'm going to monitor this acceleration. At 60 knots, I'm going to start to reduce the power. I'm going to stop the airplane. When the airplane is stopped, I'm going to take the parking brake and I'm going to make a PA attention crew stations. The pilot who is not flying, he will monitor my actions. He will call out for any emissions. He will check for speed brake up, reverse green. He will monitor this acceleration. He will make a call out for the 60 knots, and after that he will call the ATC that we're stopping on the runway. Okay, we're going to stop on the runway. We're going to set the situation. We're going to make memory items, non-normal checklist, and if for any reason we need to evacuate, we're going to set the situation again with the tower, with the fire brigade, and if we need to do that, of course, we're going to do it with the back part of the QRH when we have the evacuation checklist, right? If the evacuation is not required, I'm going to make another PA, basically to cancel the emergency. I'm just going to do cabin crew and passengers, you may remain seated. I'm going to evacuate, and maybe we're going to have some problem with the temperature of the brakes. So maybe we can ask for any penalty box or something like that, so we can cool off our brakes to go back to the stand. If the decision is to continue after V1, we will say go, no action below 400 feet, and then cancel any outer warnings, positive rate, gear up. At 400 feet, we set the situation with the engines and we perform the memory items if we have. If not, we continue up to 1,500 feet and we follow the same SID basically, right? We are over the water, we have no terrain, especially if we go to the west side, right? So we continue to 1,500 feet, we accelerate on schedule. When the airplane is clean, we're going to set flight level change, we're going to set continuous thrust here, VNAV engine out, here, basically to give us engine out performance during the climb out, and we're going to continue with the normal checklist. When the normal checklist is complete, we're going to review the ACAS, and then when the ACAS has been reviewed, we're going to do the after takeoff checklist. Right now, we are below the maximum landing weight, so we can come back to the ILS runway 28 left or 28 right as necessary, right? For the normal SID, we expect the Westlaw 4 departure from San Francisco, which is the chart 10-3 November, effective from the 13th of September 2018. We have a transition altitude of 18,000 feet, which is already there. Rather required for non-GPS equipment aircraft. We have GPS right now. Actually, we are flying with GPS, as you can see here. So we don't, basically, nothing of this one is actually affecting us. And the RNAV 1 is required for the departure. So we have our RMP of 1, so we are covered. Okay, we have a NorCal departure frequency, which is 135.1, and we have a restriction here of a speed of 210 until leaving 520 feet. Okay, right now our V2 is 158, and we're going to start to accelerate at 1,500 feet, so we're going to comply with the restriction in any case. For the normal departure here, we're going to track on heading 284, so we're going to set the heading right now. 284, and we're gonna check here. So we're gonna go to position Westlaw, maximum speed 230 and 2,000 feet or above. Then we're gonna turn left direct to position Porte, which is right over there. And then what we're going to do basically is Evalle. Where is Evalle? It's here. Here, okay. We're gonna continue on track 119. Here it says position Sussex, and from Sussex 117 for 51 miles, which is here 52 here to position Evalle. Let's say over here they have takeoff obstacles notes. Okay, the SID requires a takeoff minimums. Blah 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 blah. So for runway 1 left, right, and left and right, and 19 left and right, no authorized ATC, standard or lower. Minimum climb gradient is 500 feet per nautical mile. So let's say that we maintain something like 200 initially, so we're gonna need like 1,700 feet per minute during the climb. Initial climb, 284, which is already there, to 520 feet, then direct to cross Westla, other above 2,000, then left turn direct to Porte. Initial climb is gonna be to 3,000 feet, so we set 3,000 feet here. So that's pretty much about this part of the flight. Terrain considerations, MSA over here is 5,100 feet. Anyway, we are in VMC conditions, so if the terrain is a factor, we just go to the water and we just deal with the situation right over there. We don't have any issues over there. Weather consideration, the weather is perfect today. Let's talk about the fuel and predictions. Right now it's 16:30, so here we said that we are going to arrive there at 19:58. So we have 3 hours and 28 minutes. So let's see if that is actually true. We have 3 hours and 31 minutes, which is perfect. We're gonna be arriving there in Mexico with 13.4 tons, and here we have 10.3 tons. So we have fuel in spare, so everything looks good. I think like the most important part to mention during the initial part of this flight is basically the taxi out. So we just go in easy, so we don't get in trouble, and of course we need some clearance before crossing those 2 active runways over there. So that's pretty much the briefing for today, guys. And of course we're gonna be talking about Mexico City because it's high airport elevation. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. So let's gonna start with the APU. Let me check if all the doors are closed. Everything looks closed now. So what we're going to do, I'm just gonna start to prepare for push on departure, and I'm gonna go for a P run, and I come back in less than 1 minute. Okay, so we are gonna start with the pushback. So now we have APU generator is on. So we go with the transfer to the APU in terms of power. And what we're going to do here, just gonna disconnect the ground power, and I'm gonna remove the wheel chock as well. Okay, so let's do the pre-flight checklist, right? So we have pre-flight checklist: oxygen tested 100%, tested 100%. Flight instrument, we have heading is 076, and the QNH is 3020 with 30 feet. Okay, so we have pre-flight checklist complete. We're gonna ask for the clearance, and once we have the clearance, we're gonna start with the pressurization of the hydraulics, right? So we pressurize the hydraulic, and we wait for those lights to go off. We go with the pressurization of the, no, we're gonna turn the fuel pumps on. So that's perfect. We're gonna go with beacon on, and here we're gonna do a recall, which should have 5 things, which is the engines and the TCAS off, which is perfect. We're gonna cancel that message, and we're gonna set this one to transponder. Now, Okay, so and now I'm just gonna set the trim here. I was fighting with the GSX. Okay, so now we can do the before start checklist. Okay, I'm just gonna open the checklist so we can see it from here. So we have MCP. We have 158 LNAV VNAV heading 284 and altitude 3000. Takeoff speed. We have 138, 144, 158. CDU pre-flight is complete. Trim is 6.4 hours set and taxi and takeoff briefing complete. Before start checklist complete. Preveo pushback en 10 minutos, me estoy conectando. Buenísimo, Daniel, te estamos esperando. And as usual, guys, it's always good to have some Coke. I don't know how this is gonna work. Okay, let's do it over there. Okay, we release the parking brake. We start to move at 1636. We have 6 minutes of delay. And usually I'm gonna blame myself because of the delay, right? I take too much time talking with you guys and I'm always late. That's my problem, I think. It's my problem, it's my issue. Sorry, guys. Okay, so we're gonna start with engines 3 and 4 in sequence. We're gonna shut down all the packs and we go with engines 3 and 4. We're gonna put these fuel control switches to run. Okay, parking brake is set. Okay, so we have engines running on engines 3 and 4. We're gonna go with engines 1 and 2. And we hit these ones to run. Right and left is clear. Bye bye. Okay, so we have engines running, so we set the APU to off. Engine anti-icing, wind anti-icing auto, packs they're going to on, flaps they go to 20. And we just open the synoptic page to make the flight control check. So now, actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna move a little bit forward just to give some space to my friend here from Emirates. I think he's gonna push back very soon. So. Okay, parking brake off. I'm just gonna move a little bit. I'm just gonna move a little bit so I can give him more time to actually taxi out from that place. ¿Tienes silenciado el Unicom? Sí, todavía por el momento sí, porque todavía no he comunicado nada, así que eso. Okay, parking brake set. So now we have flaps in 20, so we're gonna go with the fuel control switch, flight controls check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral. Let's go with the rudder. Full left, full right, neutral. I always recommend to do this in your home, guys, because it's actually the only way that you can actually that you can see if your flight controls are actually working in the proper way. So recall is check. We're gonna start with the before start check this anti-ice is in auto. Recall is check. Flight controls are check. Running equipment is clear before the test is complete. So now we're gonna taxi. So we're gonna set the taxi light on, and we're gonna move to this multi-com frequency. San Francisco traffic. This is cargo look 705. We are gonna taxi to holding point on runway 28 right via Zulu and Charlie. Okay, parking brake off. And we start to move very slowly from here because as I told you, this is basically a very, very narrow alley. So So here, my recommendation, especially when you fly big airplanes, is just to keep you on the line. Like, don't try to be a hero moving from one side to the line of the other one. Especially when you have like more traffic standing in these lines over here. Today we were lucky because there's no more traffic here. So, but actually this platform is very, very narrow. So we move here to the right. Actually, what we're going to do, we're going to move a little bit of overshoot here. So now we are going to continue all the way in this taxiway, which is a Zulu taxiway. We're gonna turn left here and this small taxiway, which is called Uniform, and then we're gonna intercept left on Charlie. We have to be careful here because if we, for any reason, we screwed up and we just overpass Charlie, we're gonna enter into an active runway. So I'm just gonna go really slowly here, guys, because I don't see too much clearance here on my both sides. Okay, so right side looks clear, left side looks clear as well. And this one is uniform. So here we're gonna go to the right side and then book. We take the diagonal. No, this is still uniform. Zulu, I think it is. Yes, this is uniform. And here we have to take left on Charlie. Actually, what we can do is just to put airport here. So we can see what we're doing right over here. This is the tricky part because we have to turn here to the left, which is uniform here. If we continue this way, we totally screw because we enter into the runway. And also, if we continue in a straight line from here, so it can be confusing sometimes. It's very important to try to understand your airport plate, so you don't screw it up on the ground, and also to take some time to actually to study your plate, your chart, and especially like hotspots like this ones, right? Like where actually you have the possibility to go inside an active runway. Anyway, there is a lot of things here that actually tells you that you have an active runway in front of you. First of all, you have these runway guard lights, which are these ones. Also, you have indication that you're gonna enter into an active runway. Plus, you have two solid lines, which actually mean don't pass without clearance. So there's a lot of stuff actually in terms of lights and signs for you as a pilot to try to understand that you are gonna enter into an active runway. But still, those situations still happen. What happened with the with Quadra in front of me? Like he's like moving from one side to another one. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó?
No pasó nada, no pasó nada.
Okay, so now we're going to straight line all the way through Charlie to the holding point of runway 28 right. So this is the area for corporate jets and civil aviation. I can see some Gulfstreams here, a Falcon, some Cessna 172, a Keen Air.
San Francisco traffic, Airbus Cargo 123, crossing runway 19 right and 19 left.
San Francisco traffic, cargo looks 705. We are on Charlie, taxiing eastbound, and we are gonna cross runway 19 right and 19 left. Okay, so now we're gonna cross runway 19 left and 19 right. We are following the 747 in front of us. San Francisco. So I'm just gonna open the view here. I'm gonna go with TCAS array. I'm gonna set the strobe light on. I visualize if there is any traffic around me. There is nothing there. Anyway, we're gonna cross check again if we have something on the left. Nothing on the left.
Runway clear,
And
Charlie to the
nothing in the right.
right.
So we just cross runway 19 right. Wow, these textures of the runway are amazing. Okay, so we cross both runways already. We're just gonna wait for the whole airplane to be outside of the danger zone, and we are gonna set our transponder back to transponder, and the strobe light goes to off. So kick us off. We're gonna clear that message. So we are gonna set the weather. So let's do a takeoff review. So we have Toga, LNAV, VNAV, ARM, altitude 3,000 feet, departing from runway 28 right without interception, flaps 20, initial heading is 284 complete. Before takeoff checklist, complete, checklist complete. We are ready to go.
San Francisco traffic service, Chicago 123, takeoff 28 right.
Okay, so the guy in front of us is about to take off. So we are gonna be number 2. I don't see any traffic coming. Nothing, yeah. So the first one is Whiskey here to the right, and then we have basically Charlie, yep. And that is our last chance to to turn. Otherwise, we're gonna be in the news, ending up in the seawall over there. There's no time for me to hurry because anyway I need to wait for 2 minutes for this guy to take off behind him. He's a heavy traffic, so we need to have some separation in order to avoid the wake turbulence. So now we have taxiway Charlie is already identified, so I'm just gonna move my range a little bit so I can see my takeoff, my point that I'm navigating after the takeoff. I'm gonna remove the airport. Okay, he's moving. A little bit of increase on the power, so we maintain this airplane moving. San Francisco traffic, cargo loop 705, landing up and wait, runway 28 right. Okay, so we have Charlie and 28 right is identified, so we line up and wait on 28 right. Everything looks clear on the left side, also in the approach path. And we're gonna set a timing here, clock is rotating. So we're gonna wait at least 2 minutes for separation in order to avoid the wake turbulence of a heavy traffic. So I'm just gonna set the lights, strobe lights, the landing lights just when we are about to take off, right? We're gonna set this one in TRA and the seat belts to alert everybody in the back. Okay, so now we are lining up with runway 28 right, very gentle on the brakes, and now we have ground speed 0. I'm just gonna set the parking brake on, and I check here parking brake set. So we have 1 minute already passed. I'm just gonna change my my chart here. I can see one airplane actually is passing to the other side over there. You see that one? Wow. I don't know if that guy called actually. No, he didn't call. No, he didn't call. Anyway. So we are almost 40 seconds to take off from here from San Francisco. Just a little reminder, we are waiting here in order to separate the heavy traffic in front of us with
San
us.
Francisco traffic, Salvage Car 123, airborne, climbing to 350 via West La 4, direct Port Bay.
Okay, so almost reaching 2 minutes. I'm just gonna hit this clock to off. I'm gonna set the landing lights to on. San Francisco traffic, cargo log 705. Taking off runway 28 right. Okay, parking brake off, take off. Check thrust. We stabilized. We hit toga button. We have thrust ref. What the hell happened here? Thrust set. Hold. We take the hands off the throttles and rotate. We start very smoothly the rotation process. Gear up. LNAV is engaged. And now the autopilot is completely available. So we're gonna connect the autopilot. So we have left autopilot in command. So we're gonna contain this takeoff power all the way to 1,500 feet when we're gonna start to reduce the power into climb 2 power. And we're gonna maintain exactly the same configuration, the same speed up to 3,000 feet. The only thing at 1,500 feet, we're gonna reduce the power. At 3,000 feet, we're gonna start to accelerate. So basically, it's better for us because we keep ourselves outside of this whole mountains terrain that we have here, and we save better the obstacles. Look at that view, guys. Bye bye San Francisco. So 1,700 feet we already passed, so you can see that the reduction of the climb 2 is already done. And now we continue all the way to 3,000 feet. At 3,000 feet, the airplane is going to start to drop the nose a little bit, so we can start to accelerate to 230 knots until we have flaps up. When you have flap up speed, we're going to climb to the climb speed, which is going to be 258 below 10,000 feet today. So now we're going to continue climbing to our cruise flight level, which is for level 350. So 350 is set. And now we're going to start to reduce the pitch of the pitch angle of the airplane, as you can see here, because the speed goes to 230. Look at the vertical speed, it will start to reduce. Meanwhile, the airplane starts to accelerate in order to try to catch this speed. So meanwhile, we're going to pass through these speeds or gates. So when we pass this one, we select the next flap. So we pass flap 10, we select flap 10. And you will see what happens. So right now, as you can see, we are almost maintaining level flight in order to accelerate the airplane. So now we select flaps 10, speed check flaps 10, and when we pass flaps 10, we can select flap 5. So we go with flap 5. When we pass flap 5, we can go to flaps 1. So we select flaps 1, speed check flaps 1. Look, right now our pitch is like 25 degrees. Go with flaps up, speed check flaps up. And meanwhile, I'm starting to accelerate. My radius return start to get bigger, so actually the airplane has to bank even more.
San Francisco softly rate 07 taking off runway 38 right.
So I'm just gonna put manually 250. And now we are maintaining 250, we are climbing to level 350, the flap is already up, so now it's green. Engine anti-ice and wing anti-ice is in auto, so we can actually do our takeoff after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist is complete. Okay, so we are maintaining, we're gonna maintain initially for level 350, but let's check our FMS, right? We go to VNAV page, we go to the next page because this is a climb page, so we go to cruise page. And here what it says like we're gonna climb to level 350, but eventually, after we reach our top of climb, 100 miles away, we're gonna be able to climb to level 370. So what we're going to do, we're going to just climb immediately to level 350. There's no purpose actually to maintain level 35 just for 100 miles, right? So we're just going to climb immediately to level 370. So in order to do that, we're going to set 370 here. Look what happens here. Nothing has changed, but if you press this button, look what happened over here. I'm just going to press it. So now we have set from the MCP, we have sent that flight level 370 all the way to the FMC. Okay, so now we have 370. we're not gonna be climbing to flight level 390 during this flight because, as
San
you can see
Francisco
here,
traffic, Connie 425 is lining up and wait, runway 28 right.
buena buena. So 370 is gonna be. So I'm just gonna put. We're not gonna be able to. We're not gonna be able to climb to flight level 390. So I'm gonna put 0 here on the step size. So we're just gonna keep 390 all the way. We're passing 10,000 feet. The speed window is closed. We are gonna accelerate to 325 knots, and we are gonna shut down those lights. And we're gonna free everybody at the back, so they can go for pee, they can go for eat, they can go for a nap, they can do whatever they want over there in the back. I'm not really worried about it actually. So we start to leave San Francisco in our backs, and actually the airport is right over there. So let's talk about something that is going to happen during the cruise, right? Okay, guys. So basically, of course, this is a known brain killer for anybody, right? Like we're going from San Francisco all the way to Mexico, so definitely we're going to be flying through the
traffic, Connie 425
West Coast.
taking off runway 28 right.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the route, and I'm going to set this one into my application of Jeppesen here. So actually we can start to see where are we going to fly today, okay? So okay, this is the route, guys. Until here is United States. In position Asuta, we're gonna pass from United States into Mexico, okay? More specifically, we're gonna contact Mazatlan over there, okay? There is a restriction over there. It says like Uniform Limas and Uniform Tango routes with the maximum use only for aircraft equipped with aeronav airspace. We have some restrictions over there as well, so that's pretty much the same thing as United States. We are going to be cruise, of course, as I told you, over the coast of the United States, the west coast of the United States. So in terms of alternatives during the route that we have today, we have, of course, we have San Francisco on the way back, but in front of us we have Los Angeles, right? And then we have San Diego, and then even we can consider somewhere here, like I don't know, Phoenix or something like that, but I don't think so. And after that, we're just gonna continue all the way across Mexico. Michigan Red, thank you very much for the following, man. Thank you very much, I appreciate. So then we're gonna continue all the way to the south to cross Mexico, and we consider a good. We have some good alternatives over there in the route. We can consider, for example, Puerto Vallarta, which is on the coast. Very nice airport, very nice, and also quite big, also to sustain the possibility to have an operation of a 747-8 like this airplane. We can consider. Wait, I'm just gonna show you what we can actually consider for this flight. And the other one that we might consider doing this flight is, well, this one. No. This is Puerto Vallarta, Mike Papa Romeo. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm just gonna mark this one, Mike Papa Romeo. Maybe we can consider Guadalajara as well. Why not? Of course, it's a big airport, which is this one, Guadalajara, Mike Golf Lima. So we're gonna set this one right here, Mike Golf Lima, Guadalajara. And what else here in Mexico? What is this one? I forgot. Chihuahua. Chihuahua. Yeah, we might consider Chihuahua as well, but not really, to be honest. I don't like Chihuahua too much. No, this one, no. No. This is Peñasco. Penasco BOR, yeah. What about something in Los Cabos? Los Cabos, maybe we can use as well. They have a good runway, right? We have 3,000 meters, which is pretty good as well. Yeah, we can consider this one as well, Mike Sierra Delta. my Sierra Delta, which is Los Cabos, which is pretty good as well. So we have some very good alternatives in our route. I forgot to put Los Angeles as well. Los Angeles and San Diego, of course. That's pretty much that's pretty much the alternative we have for today. Okay, 18,000. We're gonna set the standard. We have standard set and cross check. We're gonna pass for level 219 now. Okay, so that's pretty much the route for today, guys. In terms of alternatives, we have pretty good alternatives here in the United States. We have, again, San Francisco on our way back. We have Los Angeles in front of us. If it's not Los Angeles because it's too busy, even we can consider Ontario, which is pretty good runway as well. Then we can continue all the way to San Diego. And after that, well, we continue all the way to Mexico. We can consider Los Cabos. We can consider Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta as a good alternative to run our route. And finally, to start our descent into Mexico City. The alternative for today flight is Acapulco, which is also in the coast. Pretty good runway as well, good weather conditions. So I don't see anything like very threatening during this route, to be honest with you guys. Let's talk about the terrain. Just to continue with the weather before going into the terrain. Let's check the weather, right? I'm gonna make a refresh here. So let me see the radar if you have something like that. ¿Qué ruta viene después? Después viene México, Ciudad de Panamá, Panama City. We go tomorrow. We're gonna be streaming Mexico City, Panama. Yeah. For everybody who is joining the streaming, and if you want to join us, please, guys, do it with us. Let's check out the turbulence. Let's check the ecotops. And let's check the wind temperatures and wind aloft, and perfect. Okay, so let's start with the turbulence, right? Everybody's always crazy about turbulence. We're gonna be cruising at flight level 370, so this indication is actually a flight level 390. So let's see if we have something of turbulence here at 39. Apparently here, just a little bit here in maybe the left side of our descent at flight level 390 in position TCAP. Let me check if we have something lower. We have something at flight level 340 over there in that area. But in lower levels, let's say at 15,000 feet, nothing during that descent. Okay, so I think it's going to be a smooth flight all the way to Mexico City. Let's see how is the icing, if we have any like thunderstorms around or something like that, like some kind of formation or something. Not really. Nothing in our route. Let's check... sorry, ecotops. There we go. Let's check the ecotops. So ecotops, nothing there as well. So let me check the icing, if we have some icing here. Come on. Icing. Okay, there we go, some icing. Okay, everything is a little bit in the coast of Mexico, and we have something that it already passed to the other side. Okay, this movement usually goes up to United States. So definitely there was something over there, but it already passed over Mexico City. So I think it's going to be clear for us at the moment that we arrive. If you see here Mexico City, if you see the weather, right now we have wind calm. We have 8 miles of visibility. We have 2,000 feet, 21 degrees. The QNH is 3038. No significant changes. And as for the forecast for Mexico, which is actually this 9 minutes old, we are going to be arriving there around 2030. So let's see, guys, at 2030 what we can expect over there. Actually, good weather conditions. We have 6 miles, 0 to 0 with 10, so definitely it's going to be 05 right for our arrival. And then at 00 hours, we're going to be arriving at 2030. So basically, like 4 hours after that we arrive, we are going to have here 040 with 10 with gusts of 20 knots, 5 miles of visibility, thunderstorm rain, and from 04 hours, we have a little bit of improvement over there. So definitely between 0 hours and 04 hours is you have some thunderstorm over there. So we're gonna be in the hotel already at that time. We're gonna be eating tacos and probably we have some rain over there, but it's not my problem because I arrived 4 hours before that phenomenon. So that's pretty good. We don't have digital 80s here. So that's pretty much for Mexico. So maybe all this area, all this is gonna go into the coast and eventually it's gonna hit Mexico City. So that's why maybe we're gonna have some thunderstorm over there at the moment of our operation. But as I tell you, like 4 hours after we land over there. So that's pretty much in terms of weather. Let's talk about the terrain. Terrain definitely is going to be a factor today, guys. We are going to Mexico City, very high altitude elevation airport. It's almost at 8,000 feet. But also during the route, we're gonna, which is the phase that we are right now, we're gonna have to deal with some high terrain, especially here, very close to the area of Los Angeles, of course, inside Mexico as well. The most important thing to mention is like we are on VMC condition. That means that we can look outside to see where is the terrain. So clearly here, we just go to the right side, guys, right? We have the ocean right over there. We can go up to 10,000 feet without any issue. So if we have a decompression or something like that, definitely we're gonna try to avoid the high terrain going into the right? And then we're gonna start to deal with this. We start to deal up with the situation of the emergency. In terms of so that is gonna be high terrain all the way to Mexico. So we have to have an eye on this high terrain during the whole route. Because as you can see here, especially in the interior part of Mexico, you can see a very high terrain, 12,000 feet, 13,000 feet. So definitely, if we need to make an emergency descent of the obstacle clearance is going to be a factor, definitely we're going to have to try to escape through the coast and going a little bit more to the west. Okay, that's also for our alternatives, because here in Mexico we have Puerto Vallarta and Guadalajara, which both are more or less in the coast, right? And they are high elevation airports as well. And then finally we start to descend into Mexico City, and you have very high terrain over here. The minimum obstacle clearance is 18,000 feet, 18,100 feet, and here we have even a more scary one at 19,500 feet. So definitely high terrain is going to be the issue of today's flight. Daniel, quedo en ascenso, voy a comer y vuelvo. Comer siempre es bueno, hay que ir a comer. Tengo hambre también me comería. And that's pretty much about our route for today, guys. We are gonna do take a cruise briefing in a couple of minutes when we reach flight level 370, and we're gonna talk about a few other stuff during the route, right? For the meantime, just relax and enjoy. We are maintaining 15,000 feet climb. We are gonna be passing flight level 350 right now, so we just up 2,000 feet before the level off, so it's pretty good. The climb, the rate of climb is pretty good as well. It's nothing like super, like we're not climbing like a rocket, so I don't have to intervene the vertical speed. I love to see this one below 1,000 feet, especially the last 2,000 feet before the level off. So I reduce the possibilities to encounter or trigger basically some TCAS encounters with other traffic who are already on the cruise flight, or they're climbing as well, or maybe descending as well. You never know. Okay, so we are 1,000 feet to level off. So the call out, at least in my company, is 1,000 to go, but that's what we said. So that basically is a call out that the pilot monitor does to the pilot flying, so he can be more aware about the level of process. So we don't overshoot the altitude, of course, which is basically a major violation. And of course, is against safety, right? Like, yeah, that's the biggest, the most implication of all of this. So almost reaching 30,000, 37,000 feet, and we're gonna start with the cruise briefing right away. So we have a speed, VNAV path. We're gonna set these ones to airports so we can have airports around us, right? We need to have some information of airports here. And we're gonna set the transponder to below. And what else? That's pretty much that's it. Okay, we're gonna start with the cruise briefing, guys. And here we usually do like 4 things, like engine failure actions, what happened if we lost the pressurization, alternatives, and we talk about the special procedures, and maybe a fifth as well, which is basically we check the altimeters for RVSM check. So the first thing is like we are maintaining for level 370, so we check the altimeters. We have 370 on this one, we have 370 on this one, and we have 370 on this one. So for RVSM checks, all our 3 altimeters are working great, right? Like for RVSM. So the accuracy of those altimeters is perfect. We can tolerate a discrepancy between 2 altimeters of 200 feet. If we have something more than 200 feet between one altimeter and another one, that means that we are not capable to fly RVSM anymore, and that means that we need to notify to the ATC for further instructions. Most probably the ATC will tell us to descend below the RVSM airspace, which is something between 270 to 280 depending on the traffic. So we check the altimeters, right? And we check those ones every hour or when we change flight levels, right? In the event of an emergency descent, if we have cabin altitude here, that means that we are starting to lose the pressurization inside the airplane. So first action is going to be put the oxygen mask on. We're going to establish quick communication with the other pilot. We're going to check the cabin altitude and rate. If this one is uncontrollable, that means that we need to do something, right? In my case, because I'm the pilot flying, I'm going to say emergency descent. We're going to move away from the airway, in this case to the right, which is the lower, we have lower terrain over there. We can descend to 10,000 feet because of the ocean. We're going to set flight level 100 here, flight level change. I'm going to change from Mach to indicator airspeed. I'm going to close this the speed. I'm going to set the speed brake to up position. And then I'm going to make a second loop basically to refine those selections. For the pilot who is not flying, he is going to release the oxygen mask. He's going to set all the lights on. He's going to set the seatbelt on. He's going to set on the transponder 7,700 feet. He's going to declare the emergency, in this case in 122.8, on the emergency frequency 121.5. And then we're going to join in the checklist, right? Once both pilots are assured that it wasn't explosive decompression, we can accelerate the airplane to the VMO MMO speed, okay, which is the maximum operating speed of the airplane in terms of Mach or in terms of indicator airspeed. The pilot not flying, he's going to ask, of course, to the ATC declaring the emergency. He's going to ask for the last QNH. Remember that here we are passing the transition altitude at the transition level at 18,000 feet, so we need to have the QNH. And he's going to check here in the map as well, which is the lowest terrain that we can go, and maybe some assistance, of course, from the ATC. The ATC knows this area more than anybody else here, so maybe he can give us a vector to a nice airport where we can land. At 10,000 feet, we remove the oxygen mask, we establish quick communication again, we check each other, and we assess the situation with the airplane. And if for any reason we need to deviate, we will do it to one of the airports that we already talked about, right? We have San Francisco in our backs. We have some Los Angeles right in front of us. So actually I would prefer to go to Los Angeles right now. It's just like 20 minutes away from us. So we just go to Los Angeles immediately. And now we are talking about the alternatives. We already discussed basically everything, right? So we have Los Angeles in front of us. We can also consider Ontario as a second alternative in the Los Angeles area. All the way to the south, we can consider San Diego, Los Cabos, Puerto Vallarta, Guadalajara, and finally to start our descent into Mexico City. In the event of an engine failure, let's see which one is our alternate capability with 3 engines, right? Because we're gonna lose one. So we set here engine out. So the engine out capability for today's flight is going to be flight level 340, but we are flying in that direction, so we need to maintain a node level. So that means that we're going to try to maintain flight level 330. Okay, so we're going to set 330 here. We're going to execute that information here on the VNAV cruise page. And here we're going to have a change here. This speed is going to go to thrust, because here the airplane is going to go from climb to maximum continuous thrust on the 3 remaining engines. So the airplane is going to start to accelerate. Actually, well, the engine's there. Yeah, they're going to start to pull up to the maximum continuous thrust rating. And here the VNAV pad is going to change to VNAV speed, because we're going to start the drift down procedure accordingly to the speed of the drift down. Okay, so we're going to start the descent very, very smoothly, like maybe 200 feet per minute, 300 feet per minute. So it's going to take us like maybe, I don't know, maybe half an hour to reach flight level 330 from level 370. So we have a lot of time, guys, so don't rush too much when you have an engine failure during the cruise. And then finally, when we have done everything of the drift down procedure, is when we start to deal with the failure itself. Like if we have an engine failure, fire, whatever, that is the moment when we start to look into that failure, right? Then when we finish everything, we wrap it up, we see how many damage do we have, and maybe we can consider an alternative, right? Because anyway, we cannot continue all the way to Mexico with three engines, even if it's not critical, but still, you know. So we just go maybe to Mexico, to Los Angeles or San Diego. Well, depends of in which part of the route we have the failure, right? So that's pretty much that's it. Special procedures here in United States or in Mexico, not really much actually in terms of route. We don't need to contact anybody here. Let's say like 10 minutes before or something like that. We have some restrictions of speeds here, but nothing really important for this part of the flight, right? So the only thing that we know initially is that over position Asuta is when we're gonna have the transfer from Los Angeles to Mazatlan. And in order to know that, what we're going to do is I'm just gonna take Asuta, which is the boundary, and I'm gonna highlight over here with the fixed page. So now if I go here in fixed page, I have this green circle above Asuta, so I can know where I'm gonna have the transfer in terms of communication. So that basically increase my situation awareness in terms of where I'm gonna have that change of frequency, right? So that's pretty much it for today, guys, in terms of cruise briefing. I'm just gonna put the noise out a little bit, and we have another solid 2 hours more of a cruise. So what are we going to do? I'm just gonna put a little bit of music, guys, because music is always good, right?
...25, weón. Y siguen hasta 500. El capitán también sacó de mierda porque el weón bajó el tren a 1500 pies.
Ups.
Claro, estaba viendo el landing bueno.
¿Qué pasó?
No, un video de una desestabilizada en Ryanair, no sé si lo viste en 737.
Ah, no, ahí lo voy a ver. El de Tel Aviv.
Sí.
Oh, a ese buen lo echaron entonces. Que Ryanair creo que reculeado con lo de las posiciones estabilizadas.
Sí. No, puta, bueno, los buenos a Luca lo pasaron con flap 25 y tenían landing flap 30 en un 737 y a 180 nudos. ¿Cachai? Los buenos habían hecho una corneta con 15 nudos de cola y bajaron el tren a 1500 pies, pues weón, o sea...
están hasta el loli,
Y siguieron hasta 500, que no sé, a lo mejor por SOP, weón, siguen hasta 500 los guanes. Y los 500 lo pasaron con tren abajo, flap 30, 160 nudos. Y la birref eran 140. No, según yo, a 500 no estaban tan cagados.
Estaban
pero,
bien, po, claro, porque debería ser
claro,
el BR más
pero
15.
Luca pasaron hecho una corneta, weón.
O BR más 15. No, BR más 20, po, puede ser, hasta máximo.
En LAN por lo menos más 20, weón.
Sí,
No
po.
sé.
Sí, más 20,
A lo
sí.
mejor estos weones Ryanair tiene son más 40, pues weón.
No, no creo que tanto. Sí,
Pero claro, los 500 los pasaron bien, pero a lo mejor frustraron, no sé, porque los weones dijeron ya suficiente.
Oye, baja, weón. Sí, cagaron esos weones.
Pero el video está a la raja, un 4K y la weá.
Ah, el que pusiste ahí en Discord.
Sí.
Ya, ahí lo vamos a ver después. ¿Dónde está ahí Gastón?
Yo en mi casa y tú.
Yo también, po.
Oh. Estoy a 31 de Azuta,
Ahí está llegando al borde ya, po.
a México.
¿Cómo olvidarlo ese punto, Azuta?
Donde pa LAX.
LX.
Es la misma aerovía, po, weón.
Sí, exactamente igual, lo mismo.
Azuta, Axasa.
Ustedes tenían otra alternativa entre medio, parece que ocupaban algo que está... Manzanillo también ocupaban, ¿no es cierto?
Manzanillo y... No, Hermosillo.
Hermosillo, eso, Manzanillo, nada que ver.
Hermosillo.
Hermosillo.
Sí.
Sabía que era algo
Hermosillo
como...
es la weá que está llegando a la frontera al norte, weón, es más peligroso que la chucha.
Sí, pues, está ahí el paso.
bueno,
el cartel,
yo creo que
de Tijuana ahí te hace, pero te corta así en
prefiero irme
picadito,
con el
weón.
motor, weón, incendiado para Estados Unidos.
No, yo
Culiao,
también,
aterrizar,
sí.
weón,
A San Diego,
sí.
bueno, a San Diego.
Hermosillo ni cagando,
Sí,
weón.
sí, una vez estábamos con un capitán también, pues yo íbamos para Los Ángeles, pues, ¿cachai? Y de repente estaba mirando para abajo, pues, ¿cachai? Y el capitán también, estábamos los dos en nuestra volada, pues, weón, así como ya cagados de sueño queríamos puro llegar, pues, weón. Y de repente este weón me dice, oye, weón, ¿te cachai que está ahí abajo, o no? Y yo le decía, puta, weón, nos hacen cagar. Pues dijo, sí, weón, esos weones te cortan, weón, te metes palos por la raja, weón, y toda la weón. A no ser que te guste la weón, yo ni cagando quiero irme para allá, weón. Entonces, weón, weón pichulero, así, weón. Y yo le dije, no, ni cagando, weón. Y dijo, bueno, esta weón nos vamos a San Diego, weón, a cagar, ¿no?
San Diego nomás, po, weón. Tirar Hermosillo.
Claro.
Esa weá es para el papel nomás, po, weón.
Sí, po, weón. Y yo le decía, y nos tiramos contra el Memphis Belle, po, weón, para tratar por último de morir con dignidad y que salgamos en la tele, po, para que alguien...
En la tele.
Vos cachés que esa weá, ese barco, creo que el Memphis Belle está ahí. No, no es el Memphis Belle, otra weá, otro barco que está en San Diego varado, weón. Que es como parecido al Queen Mary, parece que es el Queen Mary, parece que el que está en San Diego.
Memphis Belle es un avión, po.
Sí, sí, nada que ver, pues, sí, el Queen Mary. El Queen Mary es un barco que era muy conocido antiguamente
Es
porque
el
era...
más grande de todo el mundo, po, weón.
Claro, pero es que era como la competencia del Titanic, po, weón. ¿Cachai? Bueno, da lo mismo la cuestión. El tema es que este bote está ahí en la costa de San Diego. Está en un museo, ¿cachai? Pero está, weón, así, onda más embrujado que la cresta. Así, hay weones que se meten a la weá para pasarla como el hoyo.
La dura.
Sí, pues, weón.
Esos weones que han paseado a los cementerios, weón.
Una weá así, claro. De hecho, hay una cuestión que se llama... ¿cómo se llama la weá? Ghost Hunters o alguna estación, un programa de televisión en Estados Unidos.
Sí, los weones que van con esos equipos weones y
Weón,
tomando frecuencias.
y los weones van a la cuestión y se les aparece una sombra, así un weón caminando. No, weón, palo de la weá.
Reina María.
Sí, weón. Estoy a 240 millas de Azuta. Yo estoy bien lejos todavía de Azuta, así que voy bien atrás.
Sí, yo ya le saqué un poquito de chala porque si no me voy a comer a los cabros. Goldo.
¿Y el Lucho en qué va?
En 320.
Ah, también 320. Y Lito en 320.
Yo estoy a 40 millas del Lucho.
¿Y Lito se fue? ¿No está acá?
82. Sí, salió lo bueno un rato, no sé qué guay.
Ah. ¿Y el Luchito también?
No, o sí, no. Creo que dijo voy y vuelvo, pero no me acuerdo.
Ah.
Tijuana. Se la entera brígida esa guay. No, cacha, hay un cosco en Tijuana. Al lado de la frontera.
¿Ahí? Debe haber.
Sí, estoy viendo acá en Google Maps, van así a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5 cuadras a la frontera.
Bueno, pero la weá es
Cagamos esta weá.
la weá es pa'l hoyo porque está como la frontera, está la muralla y así anda como que veis la cagada al otro lado y bueno, así norteamericana así la va a la raja, unas casas así como re piola y toda la weá. La weá debe ser más rara que la cresta.
Y para el lado de la frontera, weón, los mexicanos tienen casas ondas pegadas, pues, weón. Al
Sí,
lado,
pues, sí, pues, onda las casas así, onda pegadas al muro, ¿cachai?
Acá y el lado gringo, acá unos condominios en la raja, weón.
Yo no sé qué habrá pasado con eso al final. Con la cuestión del muro, que el Trump lo único que decía que le iba a hacer el muro, que
Sí.
iba a hacer el muro, el muro. Pero al final yo creo
Bueno,
que.
no creo que tenga mucha plata ahora, pues, weón.
No, no creo. Aparte que está siendo más cuestionado que la cresta.
Río Tijuana. Una cagada de río la weón.
No tiene ni agua.
Igual debe ser como el hoyo los gringos que viven, weón, aquí, weón. Esta weá anda a 1 kilómetro de la weá. Si la casa más pegada al muro es bien cagado de susto, esos weones. Chula Vista, San Diego. Michoacán, Jalisco, Hidalgo, Sinaloa, la wea brígida. Puebla, Ciudad de México. No he cachado dónde está carga en esta weá. Estará al sur, me imagino, pues bueno, ¿no?
¿Qué cosa?
Carga en México.
Está al otro
Ah,
lado.
no, Lufthansa cargo, claro.
Está como al lado de la pista 05 izquierda, donde está el
Sí,
terminal
ahí
antiguo.
caché.
Claro.
Es que, claro, Aeroméxico cargo me aparece como al sur. Y acá, cacha, Lufthansa cargo tiene una weá. Por fin voy a llegar a alguna weá local.
No es de Lufthansa cargo, cerca
Como
del umbral de la
al frente del
2.
44. De la 2-3 derecha por ahí, un poquito más. ¿Dónde están todos los weas de carga, weón?
Ah, ya, donde dice Customs, ahí un poco más pasado hacia el norte, hacia el noroeste. Hacia el este, básicamente.
Justamente.
Ya. Hay unas posiciones ahí, pero no tienen número las weas.
Ah, no, esta sí, esta tiene 43, 44.
Estos weones tienen un emergency apron, la zorra, weón. Un penalty box.
A ver si pillo el hotel, weón. Parque no.
Ayer hicimos
el otro parque
México, Mike Tango Juliet. ¿Qué es eso, Tijuana? La cagó la aproximación. No la he hecho nunca, la voy a hacer. Debería
no.
hacer
¿Cuándo
eso.
fueron para allá, weón?
No, me están diciendo el de streaming.
Ah. Debe ser Tijuana, weón.
Debe ser Tijuana, sí, po. Mike Tango Juliet. A ver, vamos a buscarlo acá. Mike Tango
Sí,
Juliet. Tijuana, carnal.
Qué weá, Ciudad de México es gigante, conche tu madre. ¿Cuántos weones tiene acá, weón?
Por lo menos unos 30 millones, weones.
No, no sé si tanto, si vos decís. A ver, población.
Si en Buenos Aires son 12 millones, pues, weón. Esta weá es más grande que,
No,
que
acá
Buenos
son
Aires.
22.
Ah, entonces. Ya,
22.6.
pero anduve menos cerca.
En el área metropolitana, ese total.
Sí, Tijuana, pasé entre unos cerros, más tapado imposible. Tijuana, ¿viste? ¿Y en qué parte?
Ciudades más pobladas del mundo, a ver.
Bombay debe ser la más.
Tokio, weón, 40 millones de weones.
Tokio, weón.
Después Cantón, 33. Shanghái, 30. Yakarta, 27. Delhi, 25. Seúl, 24. Karachi, 23. Bombay, 23. Manila, 23. Ciudad de México, 22,2.
Karachi es
Cacha, weón, la décima más poblada.
Karachi es una mierda, weón. Qué weá más fea. Con mucho respeto para todos mis amigos pakistaníes, pero. Uff. Oh, qué weá más fea.
En Sao Paulo, no es tanto, 12 millones, weón.
Igual,
O sea,
que,
más que
igual
la
que
puta,
Buenos
weón.
Aires.
No.
Pero se ve
Bueno,
mucho más.
Santiago anda por ahí, si somos 8 millones de weones, pues weón.
¿Verdad, po?
Buenos Aires,
Son como
2,9. Ah, pero ese debe ser en ¿cómo le dice esto? Bueno, en capital o en Cava, no sé qué
capital,
wea.
sí, una wea así.
Pero en la provincia viven 15 millones de weones. Ah, no, esa la decía. 16 millones en el área metropolitana, weón.
Oh.
La cago. ¿Y Santiago cuánto amo? 5,6, ¿cómo hace tampoco, weón?
Ya tenemos Los Ángeles aquí a la derecha. Y por aquí, por estos cerros, fue donde cayó el Kobe Bryant.
El
Oh,
Kobe, el loco Kobe.
qué mala talla igual. Sí, mala talla. Me autocastigo.
Pero no fue talla, pues, bueno, es en serio.
Sí, po. To me. Mi mamá abrió el local y le puso un letrero en la entrada así que dice, onda, que no entre más de 2 personas al negocio de uno.
¿Hoy día abrió?
Sí, o sea, abrimos de hace tiempo ya, pero hoy día abrimos la reja.
Ah,
Estuvimos hablando ayer.
sigo a 40 millas del Lucho, voy bien. Ya, oye, yo me voy a ir un rato a estudiar, weón.
Ya, pues, weón.
Así que ahí hablamos para el descenso, yo creo. Hasta luego.
Uy, qué raro, weón. Tengo una línea súper rara aquí, weón. Oh, la weá rara. A ver.
Qué curioso. Ya, oye, ahí hablamos más rato. Chao.
Ya, chochera. Nunca he visto la aproximación de Tijuana. Voy a revisarla. Chicos, los voy a dejar un rato mientras voy a cocinar algo para comer y probablemente quizás hacer un poco de ejercicio. Vamos a aterrizar alas. Vamos a ver a qué hora aterrizamos. Aterrizamos a las 20:29 UTC. Voy a volver a las 19:40. 19:30. Para una hora antes para iniciar el descenso. Así que eso, vemos en una hora más, ¿ya, chiquillos? Daniel, está a 240 de Azuta. 240 millas de Azuta. Ah, ya, estamos más o menos lejos todavía, así que sí, yo creo que vas tú primero, de hecho, así que eso. Ya, voy a dejar esto conectado en todo caso, así que pueden estar acá en el streaming si quieren. Yo vuelvo en prácticamente 2 horas más, 1 hora y media más, ¿ya? Voy a ir a cocinar algo, hacer un poco de ejercicio, que es importante siempre. Aparte que así no corta tanto el día tampoco, porque si no estoy prácticamente 5 horas streameando aquí frente al computador sin hacer nada. Así que eso, chiquillos, vuelvo un rato más, ¿ok? Guys, I'm gonna go for, I'm gonna cook something because I'm starving. And then I'm gonna do some exercises, maybe for 1 hour or something like that, because it's always good to do some exercise, especially during quarantine. I will come back. We're gonna be landing at 2029 in Mexico City. So I'm gonna be here at say 19:30, so 1 hour before the arrival time. So we start to prepare everything in advance and with time. So yeah, that's it, guys. I come back later, and for the meantime, I'm just gonna put some music here for you guys. Okay.
يا رجاله انتوا معايا؟ يا رجالتنا حلو قوي الكلام ده. في ايه تاني؟ اوكي.
يا في يا نجم.
مش سامعك هو.
ليه مش على 115
لا ما حولش هو عليها، هو على التاور. لا مش عامل زي ده. طيب يلا بوش الصوت يلا.
Yeah, guys, join us. بلاش سف بقى يا جدعان والنبي.
لا بقول لك ايه، لازم اتعلم
يا باشا تحت امرك.
تينكو
تينكو. بص يا جماعه، الواد كان بيسال ماجد ازاي، يعني هو كان عايز يعرف اذا احنا الثلاثه طالعين مع بعض ولا لا، بس هو يعني لوجيكلي كان يفهم ان احنا الثلاثه جروب فلايت ماشي. فهو كان عايز يعرف بس عشان يعمل سيبريشن، فانا قلت له اعمل سيبريشن 5 دقايق ما بين كل واحد مننا. وخلي بالكم الشورت بتاعت الشورت الموجود على جوجل من 2016، وهو مدينا تاكسي ويز برافو برافو سيرا دي مش على الشورتس القديمه، فهكلمه دلوقتي اقول له يبعت لنا الشورتس الجديده.
ليه يا باشا ما تروح التاكسي وخلاص، ايه المشكله؟
لا ما هو عشان غالبا عايز يحط كل واحد على هولدنج بوينت هنا عشان يعرف يعمل سيبريشن. طيب انا هقفش منه، هشوف كده لو اعرف اقفش منه الشورتات كارنت وهبعتها لكم على الواتساب. يا نهار ابيض، ده انا اللي عندي 2016 والتاكسي ويز اتغيرت، وعشان هو هيطلع كل واحد من حته على الرنوي، يعني هيجيبنا احنا الثلاثه جنب بعض، فاهم؟ مصلحه بدل ما نبقى راسمين في ظهر بعض. فانا هقفش منه التيشيرتات دلوقتي، اساله على التيشيرتات وهبعتها لكم لو بعت لي حاجه.
انا اللي عندي 2015 13 مارس 2015.
اللي عندي 16 ديسمبر 16، موقع اسمه فاو ايرو.
خلاص جو اهيد معاه كده يمكن يبعت لك حاجه.
انا لو اكيد هيبقى عنده صوت. يلا بينا على التاور بقى.
يلا ماجد هتخش الاول. على فكرة كنت بس انت معايا.
Hola amigos, ya estoy de vuelta ya. Vamos a empezar nuevamente con la preparación del descenso. Sorry about that, guys. I was doing a little bit of an exercise, and actually I was eating as well. Eating is a good part of being a pilot, so you fill up your stomach. So right now we are over Mazatlan, I think, or something like that. I think this one. Yes, I think it's Mazatlan. I'm not quite sure. San Luis de Potosí. And we are almost like 18 minutes away from our top of descent. So we're going to start. Coca-Colita. Siempre Coca-Colita es importante. Cuadra en la preparación de un piloto. Un piloto profesional siempre toma Coca-Cola. Salud por eso. Cheers, guys. This is nectar directly from God, like literally. Like, thank you very much for this moment. Okay. Okay, we are going to start. I make a dragon. Okay, that's terrible. There is some ATC in Mexico. We have tower, and if there is tower, of course, we have ATs. So let's start to hear the ATs, so we can start to prepare ourselves in terms of what are we going to do over there. So let me check. The ATs is gonna be 12765. So we're gonna set that one 12765, and the sound is coming on.
Information Bravo.
Okay, so it's information Bravo.
United Lares International Airport, this is information Bravo. 1853 Zulu. Wind 040 at 4. Visibility 7. View clouds at 2000. Temperature 23. 2.4. Altimeter 3033. Landing and departing runway 5 right. Runway 5 left is closed bird activity on vicinity of the airport. Advise on initial contact. You'll have information Bravo. United Lares International Airport, this is information Bravo. 1853 Zulu. Wind 040 at 4.
Okay. The ATIS is a little bit broken though, but it's gonna be runway 05 right because 05 left is closed. There is a NOTAM over there, so we're gonna check right away. The wind is 040 with 4 knots, which is practically nothing. 23 degrees, and the QNH is gonna be 3033. It's pretty high actually. 3033 inches of yeah, that's it. And we have some birds in the vicinity of the airport. Normal supongo. No, no, la Coca-Cola se toma 0 porque las calorías hacen mal, así que es Coca-Cola 0. Y hay que comprar, un verdadero profesional de la Coca-Cola siempre compra la de 1 litro 25. ¿Por qué? Porque en este formato la bebida se le va menos el gas, entonces se mantienen las propiedades de la Coca-Cola. Básicamente eso. What I was saying in Spanish, guys, is like if you are a real professional drinker of Coca-Cola like me, you drink Coke Zero because basically this one has no calories, and the other thing is you buy it in this format of 1 liter 0.25 liters, which is basically what it does supposed to mean is like you maintain the gas inside the bottle for longer time, of course. So basically the properties of the Coca-Cola are still into your last drop in here. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Weón, pensé que era mi radio la que sonaba. Tremendo clase de shopping. Aquí se aprende un poco de todo en este streaming. Okay, guys. So runway 05 right is going to be the we're going to use today in Mexico City, and we're going to start to talk about Mexico, right? Because Mexico is high altitude airport operation, right? It's at 8,000 feet, so a lot of things actually they're going to have. We're gonna make the things slightly more different. First of all, the configuration, right? Is gonna be normal, maybe that we might extend the flaps maybe around like 12,000 feet or something like that. Actually, over Sierra Mike Oscar VOR, which is San Mateo. And most probably, just before entering into the left base, we're gonna be completely configured because it's pretty tight, this approach. The ILS is actually the track miles from the base up to the runway is like 5 miles. So basically, just make the turn and you'll have the runway already in front of you, almost at 1,500 feet. We're gonna pass over the Mexico City during the approach. So the approach is one of the most amazing approaches that you can ever do in your professional life, if you are a pilot, of course. I have been in Mexico a couple of times in the 787. And it's just amazing, guys. It's like this is one of the most nicer approaches I ever done in my life. So definitely it's gonna be fun, guys. So okay, let's start with the essential things, right? We are 10 minutes before the top of descent. So let's go to the VINA page. So we are gonna arrive with 11.7 tons of fuel. So we do the usual stuff, right? We take the zero fuel weight, which is 290 decimal 2, and we have 11.7, right? So we have 9 here, and we have 3 301.9, so let's say 302 tons. So 302 tons. Our gross weight, so that means flap 30, 151 is gonna be the approach speed for today, guys. So now we go here to the electronic flight pack, and what are we going to do? We're gonna go to show landing. We're gonna go here to show en route. So we have actual landing performance. We go to runway 05 right. Condition is gonna be dry. The wind is 040 with 4 knots. The temperature is 23 degrees. 23 degrees. The QNH is 30.33. Landing weight we set 302.111. Reverse, I'm gonna use all operating, of course, because we have high elevation. So definitely, I want to make use of all my resources to stop this airplane on the runway. Flight configuration, definitely gonna go with 30. Air conditioning is gonna be on. Engine anti-ice with 23 degrees definitely is gonna be off. Brakes, I'm gonna use auto brakes in. Let's see how it goes with 2. Normal configuration, none. Complete, and we're gonna calculate those numbers. I'm gonna shut down these 2 fuel pumps. So predicted en-route fuel length exceeds the landing distance available. Okay, so that was what does it mean? It means that we're gonna overrun the runway by just a couple of meters over there, right? This is the landing distance available, and this is what we're going to use if we use auto brake 2. So we go with auto brake 3, and let's calculate those numbers again. So now we have 3,324, and the landing distance available is 3,748 meters. So we have more or less like 400 meters in spare. So that should be okay. So let's go with auto brakes 3. I'm gonna use flap 30, which is gonna be 151 my approach speed. I'm gonna go with flaps 30 as well, and full use of the reverse. Okay, so that's how we actually we calculate the landing distance for these airplanes, right? So let's start with the briefing, guys. We're gonna shoot for the ILS 05 right, and for this we're gonna use the TVEC 1 Alpha arrival, which is the chart 10-2, effective from the 7th of November 2019. We have a minimum safe altitude here of we have 2 sectors. We have one at 14,800 feet, another sector of almost 20,000 feet. But we are flying in this area, right? Because we are arriving from here. We're gonna come from here, so basically 12,100 feet is gonna be our MSA in this area, right? So let's check what else is here. Altimeter setting is gonna be in hectopascals, of course. Transition level is going to be 195, so we're going to check that one. So we're going to change that. 195 is going to be our transition altitude. These arrival instructions can be changed in accordance with ATC instructions by means of radar vectors or speed changes. If due to aircraft performance your aircraft cannot adjust the speed or the altitude restrictions, please inform ATC as soon as possible so the proper aircraft separation can be maintained. Of course, if you cannot comply, you have to say that one. Another thing that we have to take in consideration, as this airport has an elevation of 7,316 feet, right? So in order to avoid to be unstable, what we're going to do, we're gonna change the restriction here of 240 below 10,000 feet, and we're gonna set that above the airport elevation, 10,000 feet. So 7,000 plus 10,000 is 17,400. We're just gonna round that number. So I'm just gonna put it here. Oops. So now we execute. Okay. So now basically we have the restriction of 240 below 10,000 feet, or 250 basically. Okay. So what else? It says okay. So we are coming from here. We're gonna go to position TVEC, which is this one, and then on the track 213 for 30 miles, we're gonna fly to 30 miles out from Sierra Lima Mike, which is this point. We have a holding pattern actually over there, that area, and it should be 250 between flight level 250 and 230 knots. Okay, then we continue all the way to Santa Lucia VOR at 220 knots between 16,000 and 13,000 feet. Then we're gonna turn right on heading 129. Here we have 220, which is okay, and we're gonna have 60 miles, 15.9 to position San Mateo, which is the initial approach fix, and we're gonna descend to 12,000 feet, as you can see there. Then we're gonna transition for the ILS 05 right, which is the chart 11-1, effective from the 10th of October 2019. Minimum safe altitude we already discussed is 12,100 feet in the area that we are flying. ILS frequency is going to be 109.1 India Mike Whiskey X-ray. Final approach course is 053, which is already there. We're going to cross Plaza, which is cross-check the glide slope. It's going to be 8,825 feet, which is more or less that we have here. And then we have a decision altitude of 7,600 feet. So we're going to set that minimum right away. Okay, so we have 7,600 feet. Okay, airport elevation 7,316 feet. Okay, let me cross check. The minimum for us is 7,600. We are delta, so we need 1.5 mile, which is perfect. Okay, then of course let me check the routing, guys. We're gonna go from San Mateo. From San Mateo, we're gonna continue on track 164. Up to Delta 248 Hotel, which is this waypoint, at 9,700 feet. And then we're going to turn left, descending to 8,800 feet to position Plaza. In Plaza, we're going to intercept the glide slope, which is basically 3-degree path. Here we have 2.89. And we're going to be more or less at 160 knot ground speed, more or less, I think. So we're going to be between 8,000 feet and 950 feet, more or less, okay? This approach has high intensity approach lights, and we have PAPI up the left side. In the event of a misapproach, it says we climb outbound on Mexico radial 053 to 5 miles of Mexico VOR, which is there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 miles. So that's why we have India over there, Delta 053 India. 9 miles. Then we turn left to intercept the inbound of Sierra Lima VOR, radial 140, which is here, Santa Lucia VOR, which is the track 320. Here we have 329, which is more or less okay. And then join the holding at 12,000 feet according to ATC instructions. And the holding, it should be 179 inbound left turns. So it's the same here, which is pretty good. Okay, fuel override again. I'm just gonna shut down this too. So we have some restrictions here. Restrictions at Sierra Mike VOR, reduce the speed to 160 or as directed by the ATC. ILS DME usable for aircraft with an accurate instruments reading within 0.2 miles. Okay, let me check Sierra Mike 160. Okay, perfect. So it's, we have 160 already there. Okay, perfect. So it's in the FMS. As for the taxi, we are gonna land on runway 05 right. This runway has 3,985 meters. So most probably we're gonna vacate via Echo. We're gonna hold short of runway 25 left, and when we are ready to cross, we're gonna cross here on Bravo 9. Most probably gonna turn right here on Charlie, and we're gonna park somewhere over here. I think, more or less. This is the cargo apron, so I think it's gonna be something like that. What we're going to do. Okay. Terrain. Well, we already discussed the terrain. We have a couple of terrain around the area. 12,100 feet is actually in the direction that we are flying. Anyway, we are in VMC conditions, so we always can assess the situation visually, of course. Weather consideration for the meantime, nothing. In 2 more hours, definitely here is gonna be a hell because there is a forecast of thunderstorms in this area and gusty winds. Fuel wise, we are arriving with 11.7, and the minimum diversion fuel is going to be 10.3. So we have plenty quantity of fuel in our reserve. The landing is going to be an ILS approach. I'm going to use approach, of course. The autopilot, I'm going to shut down everything at 1,000 feet AGL. We're going to use auto brake 3, full reverse, and flaps 30. If there's no questions, I'm going to make a recall here. There's nothing there, and I'm going to call the descent checklist. So we have recall is checked, notes are not checked. All brakes is 3, landing data ref at minimums, ref 30, 151, and Baro 7,600 feet, and approach briefing is completed. Descent checklist is complete, so we're gonna start the descent. So we just lower down this one to our first restriction. Is TVEC. No, it's not TVEC. Yeah, 300. I come back in a second. So we start the descent now, and so which is the tower frequency, by the way? I just want to hear that one for the meantime. 11855.
Torre Egyptiano 155, listo para rodaje.
Egyptiano 155, continúa el rodaje vía Bravo. Precaución con el tráfico que está haciendo empuje.
Rodamos por Bravo y tenemos el tráfico a la vista. Egyptiano 155.
Lufthansa Cargo A316, go around.
Hola.
Wow.
Commander Bravo, Lufthansa Cargo A316.
Yupi.
Hasta luego.
Okay, so there is one Lufthansa cargo making a go around. I don't know what the hell happened over there, but I think this approach is gonna be definitely fun, guys. So now the next position, flight level 300 here in position TCAP, and then we can continue all the way to flight level 230. Oh, guys, I really need to go to the toilet. Come back in a second.
Delta American 03. American 088, continúa el rodaje vía Delta Eco Papa Hotel Terminal 2. Delta Eco Papa Hotel al 2, American 03.
Taxi Mexicana 033.
Mexicana 033, runway 5 right. Taxi via Bravo, Bravo 2, cross runway 5 right. 5 left, correction. Hold short runway 5 right.
Bravo, Bravo 2, crossing runway 05 left, Bravo 2, and expecting 00 right, Mexicana 033.
Egypt Air 155, follow the traffic to the runway via Bravo, Bravo 2, cross runway 5 left, hold short runway 5 right.
Roger, we follow the traffic via Bravo, Bravo 2, and we cross 5 left, hold short 5 right, Egypt Air 155.
Lufthansa Cargo A316, monitor Unicom 122.8, call me on final.
1228, we'll call you on final, Lufthansa Cargo A316.
Mexico Tower, hello, American 206, approaching Plaza, inbound the ILS runway 05 right. American 206, continue approach. Continue approach, American 206. Mexicana 033, are you ready for a no delay takeoff?
No, yet, sir, we are crossing runway 05 left.
Roger.
Ya, estoy de vuelta. Disculpen que tuve
We are before runway 05 right, raise to departure, Mr. 33.
un percance ahí. Daniel, estoy de vuelta. Almorcé y dormí media hora. No es malo dormir.
No delay, clear for takeoff, runway 5 right, wind is 340 at 8 knots.
No es malo dormir.
Take a runway 05 right, Mr. 33.
No delay, please.
No delay.
American 206, American 206, Torre.
Go ahead for American 206.
American 206, reduce now to minimum approach speed.
What are the minimums, American 206?
Roger.
I'm gonna raise this one. Definitely there is some issues over there in the tower, the frequency the tower frequency. There was one guy who did a go around. This guy is pushing a little bit over there, so we will see. So now we go ticker, and now we can descend to flight level 230 as minimum.
Turbo, Mr. 33.
Can 033 tower.
Turbo, Mr. 33.
Can 033, monitor Unicom 122.8. Thank you for flying with us.
Iniciaré el descenso dentro de unos 5 minutos. Ah, ya, tú venía atrás, Daniel. Yo pensé que venía ahí adelante. Perfecto. Perfecto.
México Torre, Emirates 207.
Emirates 207, Torre.
Buenas tardes, estamos próximos a aproximación a pista 05 derecha.
American 206, the wind is 340 at 8 knots, clear for clear to land.
Clear to land, American 206.
Emirates 207, continúa aproximación.
Continuamos aproximación en el Emirates 207.
Just gonna maintain to 50.
Egyptair 155, after landing 737, taxiing to position hold.
Roger, behind the Atlantic 737.
Vengo del último. Sí, parece.
And that's after the landing aircraft.
From traffic in sight, we line up behind.
Idle, VNAV speed. Gastón. Gastón. Mexico City traffic, cargo looks 705, passing for level 267, descending to 230 on the TVEC 1 Alpha arrival for the ILS 05 right. And after this, we can descend to Santa Lucia, which is Sierra Mike Lima, which is this VOR, between 13,000 and 16,000 feet at maximum speed 220. We have some travelers here, so we have idle VNAV speed. I'm just gonna set the silvers right now. idle, VNAV speed, hold. $1,000 to go.
American 206, continue taxi via Delta Papa Hotel to Terminal 2. Delta Papa Hotel on Terminal 2, American 206. Emirates 207, reduzca velocidad mínima de aproximación.
Reducimos a velocidad mínima de aproximación, Emirates 207.
Mexico, good afternoon. Again, Lufthansa Cargo 8316 Heavy for the ILS 05 right.
So now we continue to
Lufthansa
30,000
8316 Heavy, number 2 for the approach, continue approach and reduce now to minimum approach speed.
We go to transfer
Yes,
launch
number
speed.
2, and we are currently at our minimum 150 knots, Lufthansa Cargo 8316.
Roger that.
Mexico, hello, Airbeach Cargo 123 is 1 mile out of Malek.
And say again, call sign?
Airbeach 123.
Airbeach 123, reduce now to minimum approach speed and continue on the approach.
This is the minimum and continue approach, Airbeach 123.
Egyptair 155, monitor Unicom 122.8.
Unicom 122.8, y muchas gracias por servicio. Hemos dejado un buen feedback en vuestra página. Hasta luego.
Gracias a ustedes, cuando gusten.
Okay, so I'm deploying the speed brakes just in order to reduce my altitude to 13,000 feet in Santa Lucia. And also Santa Lucia has to be at 220 knots, so I need to start to reduce my my speed as well. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to dive the airplane a little bit in order to gain some margin here. And we're gonna go with the lights already, so we don't forget. I'm just gonna make a cycle on the seat belts, and we're gonna set the QNH is 3033 set and cross check. We're gonna go with the approach checklist. So we have altimeters 3033
All
set and
stations,
cross
all
check. Approach check
stations.
is complete.
Information Whiskey is now current. We are welcoming the world tour.
¡Éjale, cabrón!
Ele. Lufthansa 316, do you have the fuel in sight?
Affirmative.
Lufthansa 316, execute a visual approach to runway 5 left.
That's excellent. Now for the visual 5 left, Lufthansa Cargo 8316.
Oye, hay que ponerle un poco de sabor a esta cuestión porque se nos pone muy fome, porque estamos todos muy callados. Nos están dando la bienvenida al World Tour y... Aparte que el controlador mexicano se conectó para el World Tour en específico, o sea, qué mejor. ¿Dónde hay que contactar la torre? No lo sé, pero idealmente te recomiendo que en Mateo, por lo menos ya lo llames, porque es el initial approach fix, así que yo lo haría en San Mateo. So now we're gonna start reduce to 220.
Short final, 05 left, Lufthansa Cargo 316.
Lufthansa 316, the wind is 340 at 8 knots.
I'm gonna go with
Clear
flaps
to
1, speed check, flaps 1.
05 left, Lufthansa Cargo 316.
And we're gonna reduce to 220. And we continue descending to 13,000 feet. After Sierra Lima Mike, we can descend to 13,000 feet.
Boy, we're breaking the rules with that pedal right now.
Okay, so speed break up.
Final 5
And now
left,
we can
British
descend
Cargo
to 12,000 feet. And
British Cargo 123, so you want to go on the 5 left?
San Mateo 160.
Oh, sorry, 5
So
right.
I'm gonna go with flat 5.
Continue approach 123.
Continue approach 123.
Lufthansa Cargo 316, welcome to Mexico City, vacate to the left.
We're vacating to the left to parking stand 44. Thank you very much for the ATC, Lufthansa Cargo 316.
Lufthansa Cargo 316, continue taxi via Charlie 2 to the cargo terminal.
Charlie 2 to the cargo, thank you.
México Torre, Emirates 207, necesitamos taxi para el terminal de carga.
Emirates 207, desaloje por izquierda vía Eco.
Abandonamos por...
So now we're gonna start reduce my speed.
Alpha Bravo Whiskey 123, wind is 340 at 8 knots, clear to land.
Clear to land, British Cargo 123. We have a traffic in there, I can confirm.
Yes, sir.
انا يا ابن كريم بقول لك ايه غير الاي كاو في البسم في الرايفل ايربورت خليها سيارة
1,000 to go, so just gonna go with the vertical speed minus 500 feet, speed vertical speed. So I'm reducing to 160 here in San Mateo, basically because of this restriction. Restriction at Sierra Mike VOR reduce speed to 160 or directed by ATC. So I'm gonna reduce to 160. So I can be actually in the same side, the safe side of it, of the approach.
Vacated by a Foxtrot unit, correction, reach 123.
Alpha Bravo Whiskey 123, continue taxi, cross runway 5 left via Bravo, Charlie 3 to the cargo terminal.
Cross 5 left via Bravo and continue to the cargo reach 123.
Okay, we're gonna set flaps 10, speed check, flaps 10.
Alpha Bravo Whiskey 123, I gave you the clearing, the clear to land authorization because the traffic was going to be off before you touched ground, so you're good.
Can you say it again, please?
So yeah, I give you the clearance to land because the traffic was gonna be off the runway when you touched down, so you were good.
Don't worry about it. That's because the server are so bad.
Okay, flaps 20, speed check, flaps 20. And we set flaps 20 speed. And we need to maintain 160, but 163 is gonna make the work, right? So we're just gonna keep that one. Mexico Tower, good afternoon. Cargo log 705 heavy, approaching position San Mateo 12,000 feet for the ILS 05 right.
Cargo look 705, continue approach, no speed restriction.
No speed restrictions, we continue approach Cargo log 705. Estoy haciendo 360 para no intervenir en tu aproximación. Buenísimo, gracias Daniel.
Taxi via Charlie or Bravo to the cargo ramp?
Charlie. Okay, so now we are passing San Mateo, so we go with thrust, fire level change speed, and we descend to 8,800 feet.
Bravo, Charlie, 3 Charlie.
9,700, I'm sorry. 9,700.
Okay, Bravo and Charlie 3, I reach Mountain 3.
Hold. Speed, vertical speed. So now we are over the city of Mexico. ¡Viva México, cabrones! So the approach, we have India Mike Whiskey X-ray identify, which is yeah, the one that we need. The localizer indication is already there. Radar altimeter alive. So we're gonna go with landing gear down, speed brake arm, and approach checklist. We're gonna open that one so we don't forget. We have alt capture. So we're gonna set 8,800 feet, which is the net restriction. And after we pass this point, we can descend to 8,800 feet. We're going to set flaps 25, speed check flaps 25, and with that we can reduce to 160. So we passed the waypoint, so we have thrust, fire level change speed 8,800 feet. And we're going to arm the approach. So we have localizer and glide slope arm. So we have a localizer capture. Just going to go easy with the vertical speed. Speed, localizer, vertical speed. I'm just gonna reduce a little bit the vertical speed to 500 feet. And we're gonna go with flap 30. Speed check flap 30, and we go to 156, which is the approach speed basically, right? So localizer alive, glide slope is alive. Glide slope capture, and we set the missile approach altitude, which is 12,000 feet are set. Establish on the localizer runway 05 right, cargo log 705. So we have the runway in sight.
Cargo looks 705, wind is 340 at 8 knots, clear to land runway 5 right.
Clear to land 05 right, cargo looks 705. And landing checklist complete. And checklist is
and
complete.
Lufthansa 3160
We are clear to land. Okay, so we have the runway inside. That is the beautiful city of Mexico of the left side. I'll take a couple of pictures. We have some traffic of vehicles over here below us. So we go with autopilot off. 1000 stable. Auto throttle off. Fly director.
And cargo looks 705, expect parking 41 Alpha.
Yeah, we see that one on the ground. Continue. Speed, brake up, reverse green.
Lufthansa 705, welcome to Mexico City, vacate to the left.
$60 knots.
Mexico Tower, good afternoon, 2425, on approach course, 10 miles of San Mateo position, flight level 120.
So we cross Echo, the next one is Foxtrot to the left.
Last station, call me when you're at Mateo, please. Connie 425, on approach course. Connie 425, call me when you're at Mateo, please. Alright, Connie 425.
So we are on Foxtrot taxiway. Cargo looks 705 on Foxtrot.
Cargo looks 705, continue taxi, cross runway 5 left, via Bravo, Charlie, position 41 Alpha.
Okay, we cross runway 05 left on Bravo, then we continue on Charlie to position 41 Alpha, cargo looks 705. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, amigo, por el control y por darnos la bienvenida a los amigos aquí de Flight Sim Chile que estamos dando la vuelta al mundo. Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes por volar con nosotros.
Muchas gracias. Okay, so we are going to cross runway 05 left here. And we're gonna take Bravo, which is this one, and then we're gonna make a left.
And cargo looks 705.
Charlie.
I think you're not gonna fit on Charlie, so continue taxi via Foxtrot, cross runway 5 left, then continue on Bravo until Charlie wants to terminal, to the cargo terminal.
Okay, so you have to repeat that one again. So it's gonna be Bravo because we're in Bravo right now.
Yes, sir. Bravo, Bravo all the way until Charlie 1 to the cargo terminal.
Okay, Bravo Charlie 1 to the cargo terminal, cargo looks 705, thanks. Ok, so Bravo es la próxima a la izquierda acá. Y después vamos a ingresar por Charlie 1, que sería... ¿Cuál es Charlie 1? Esta que está acá. Okay, so we crossed the runway, so now we can start the APU. The danger is already gone. Let me go in a straight line to start to move things here in my head.
On blocks, parking 45,
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
So APU
Thank you very much.
start.
Muchas gracias, compadre, por el control.
Strobe light
Gracias a
off.
ustedes.
Weather off.
2425, San Mateo position, ILS runway 05
and
right.
we set the transponder on
2425,
standby.
continue approach. Continue approach, ILS 05 right, 2425.
So let's write down those those clearance anymore, right? Again, sorry.
And Cargo Luke 705, expect parking 41 Alpha, please.
Okay, Charlie 1 and 41 Alpha, Cargo Luke 705. So 41 Alpha is this one in the middle, okay? So we're gonna go something like this. Okay, so time for a little bit of coke. That was a very nice approach, guys. Very nice approach, 05 right. Beautiful approach in Mexico City. Always is fun to come here. Very nice ATC as well. Very friendly. Amazing guy. So definitely I'm looking forward to come back here, guys, in the future. Definitely I want to come back. Maybe to do some flights here in Mexico. Like, I don't know, maybe with the 737 I can do something here. Beautiful approach, of course, and very friendly and good ATC as well. Xflux, buena. Ya, tú eres el Emirates, ¿cierto, Xflux? Gracias por acompañarnos, compadre. Te pasaste. Buenísimo que hayas podido conectarte con nosotros. Okay, so we pass Charlie 2, and the next one to the right is Charlie 1, and then we're gonna take 41 Alpha. Okay, so let me check if we had that parking position. I don't think we have it. Dock 41, no. Foxtrot, no. No, I think I don't have it. Okay, anyway.
425, the wind is 340 at 8, runway 5 right, cleared land.
Cleared land, runway 05 right, Coney 425, thank you.
Okay, so this is Charlie 1, so we'll go here to the right. Correcto, señor. Oka, al 42 entonces, 43, 42 lo tapa el 747. El 43 queda libre, 43. Toda la razón, sí, el 43 queda completamente libre. Okay, so we are in 41 Alpha and we should park, I think, in the second, actually in the second square. Over there. Parking brake is set. So we have APU runnings more than 3 minutes, so the engine cooling time is already passed. So we can shut down those engines right away. So we go with the APU generator to on. So we transfer all the power into the APU. So the generators are not supplying power anymore, even if they are connected. We're gonna shut down the engines 3, 4, 2, 1. Seatbelts go to off. We go with the demand pumps, hydraulic pumps to off, fuel pumps off. And the beacon, we just wait for less than 5%. So we wait to slow down the rotation of the engine in order to shut down those engines, because otherwise we can stop somebody inside the engines, or actually well, whatever. Yeah. So beacon goes to off.
Coney 425,
Now
welcome to
we
Mexico
switch
City.
the
Are you going
flight
to the cargo
directors.
terminal as well?
We hit the traffic to off, and we set 2000
Again,
and then
please, for
standby.
2425 with the...
Actually, another thing that we can do, we go here and we close the flight for the electronic flyback.
Terminal?
And we're gonna set the wheel chocks, and we're gonna request the ground power, and we can do the shutdown checklist. So we have shutdown checklist, parking brake. Parking brake is set. Shutdown checklist complete. So that's the flight for today, guys. Amazing flight from San Francisco all the way to Mexico City. Flight time it was like 3 hours and 30 minutes. No issues during the flight whatsoever. Nice ATC as well. Mexico was waiting for us for the world tour, and here we are. We are already 4 airplanes, and there's another one coming, and there is another one who is a 320 who is parked right over there in the passenger area. So definitely this one of the legs with most success. You'll see over there the American airplane over there. I think it's Harold who is flying with us as well in the 320. So that's it for the flight for today, guys. Tomorrow, 16 UTC, 16 UTC, we are going to be departing from here, from Mexico City, and we're going to go heading to the south to Panama City. Flight time is going to be more or less 2 hours and 30 minutes, more or less 3 hours. So definitely it's going to be a fun flight to do as well. Panama is well known because of the channel, of course. There's a lot of traffic of bridges over there, 2 parallel runways. And usually sometimes, especially during the afternoon, you have serious weather over there, like a lot of thunderstorms and everything. So definitely it's going to be a fun flight to do with the friends of flights in Chile. Are you ending the streaming? Yes, my friend. Yes, we're finishing the streaming. We already landed in Mexico City. If you lost anything of the streaming, you can go into the page later on when I finish the stream. You can watch whatever we did. You can watch the landing how many times you want. And yeah, so definitely the flight is going to be there so you can watch it. What else, guys? Okay, so tomorrow, Mexico, Panama. Okay, Panama, that will be tomorrow, which is Thursday. Thursday. On Friday, we're gonna fly from Panama City to Quito in Ecuador. Amazing scenario, 8,000 feet, the runway as well. Pretty much the same operation that we had today over here in Mexico City. So definitely it's going to be something very challenging for everybody here, of course. So guys, if you are watching this streaming and you have your flight simulator, come and join us. This is fun. Basically, we motivate to the ATC to be connected because they see there is a lot of traffic inbound a certain area. So the ATC connects, we have more traffic, we have more fun, and we all learn, right? That is the idea. So, and then we are going to stop the stream for 2 days during the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We're not going to stream it. On Monday, we come back again with another flight from Quito to La Paz in Bolivia. It's the highest airport elevation of the whole world, and we're going to operate with the 747-8 in La Paz. So it's definitely going to be challenge. Of course, for every single airplane who operates in La Paz is always challenging because that airport is difficult, right? It's a very tough airport. So definitely you're gonna see a lot of shows of maybe hard landings and things like that over there because it's maybe one of the, I think it's definitely the most demanding leg that we have in this world tour. And then we are going to do a flight, I don't know which date, but we're going to do La Paz in Iquique, in north side of my country, in Chile. And then we're going to stop the streaming until the weekend because we're going to make a huge event for the last leg, which is Iquique, Santiago. It's going to be ATC in all the sectors, and this is going to be massive. So definitely it's going to be a very nice end for this almost 2 months of streaming doing the world tour with the Friends of Flights in Chile. Again, guys, thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for the following, guys. Quadra, Kapperskov, X-Fruits, Daniel, which is are always supporting the streamings. Thank you, guys, for the support. We are reaching 100 followers, more or less, right? So definitely something fun to do, and it encouraged me to give you more information about everything. And guys, if you're not understanding something, please let me know. I explain to you. If you want me to explain something in Spanish, I go to Spanish. There's no issues. And I'm always happy to help you guys, okay? So that's the streaming for today. We're gonna ask for Can we ask for it? No, I think we cannot ask for it. But ooh, what did I do? Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Beep. I don't know what did I do. Oh my God, what I'm doing, Carlos. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go to custom airport positions. So this is a parking, right? I can do a parking here. This is the 4341 alpha. So it should be this one. Okay, I don't know if I did it, but we will try. Pícara Dani, hasta mañana, adiós, hasta Daniel, llegué, gracias por el vuelo, buenísimo, déjame ver, voy a esperar. Hay alguien que puso una textura mal acá, ¿no? O puso mal quizá el aeropuerto, pero el Charlie que lo cierran lo tengo. Para que la próxima vez lo cambie, que vuele con otra Liberia, cosa de que aparezca en el stream, entretenido verse en el stream, ¿no es cierto? Así que trata de ocupar quizás no Calita o trata de ocupar otro, de repente Cargolux o UPS o algo así, para que te puedas ver, para que aparezca no aparezca negro la textura. ¿Te parece? So that's it, guys. That is the stream for today. Thank you again for the support. Wait, what do you need? So I see you guys on tomorrow, 16 of UTC. Okay. What do you want? Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds because I need to go. So that's it, guys. Can you add my Discord? Yeah, sure. Put your Discord over there. Actually, it's actually you can track me. My Discord is this one, Carloncho, which is pretty easy. You can find me over there. Okay. That's my Discord. I will make a Discord for the channel, definitely, guys. I need to do a Discord because a lot of people ask me like how they can communicate with me. So definitely a Discord will be something to do. Okay. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much, and I see you tomorrow, 16 UTC, with more streaming, more fun with the Friends of Flight Sim Chile. Thank you very much, guys.